up, everybody? Good morning. Wow, thanks, Sack for the, tier 1. Thank you. Good morning, good morning. Alright. Welcome to the Spin to Win zone, fellow Cyclone enjoyer. I've been enjoying Cyclone for 2 years now. It's been a pretty good time. So yeah, today basically we're going to keep grinding the Atlas. Should be getting into red maps pretty quickly here, and started doing some expedition farming. A little bit of harvest too. I'm gonna try to get some 5 links going before I get my first 2 void stones today. So, crafted a decent weapon last night before I went to bed. I just need to 5 link this. I have a chest I want to 5 link also. It should be good to go.
We should to the victim. And the strong get stronger.
Seriously? You got the chump and you still need backup?
Mortified.
Ooh.
If you can.
I'm going to kill you, Giannis.
Didn't even break a sweat.
There is not just a glimpse, exile.
Greetings.
To have me on late at night. Yeah, I'm able to, it's really early in the morning for me right now. I'm able to stream this early on the weekend. Yeah. It's coming along pretty good. We leveled up campaign yesterday. You were here. Got into some maps. I just got to get some 5 links going today, and then I'm going to push into red maps this morning. So that's the plan. I made a decent weapon. This is about 550 PDPS. So I'm going to try to 5 link this. I have a chest that I also want to swap out in 5 link. So once I get that going, push into red maps and start on my void stones is kind of the plan today. Yeah, I don't think patch notes are going to nerf this build. I'd be very surprised if they nerfed a skill like Cyclone. Cyclone isn't something that's just generally played by a lot of players in the end game. It's not meta, so to give you some context, we look at Keeper's League. Even if we go to say like 2 months in, right, and people were still really playing the league, but you know, at week 8 people are playing their endgame builds. We look up Cyclone. It's 3% of players, but most players that are playing Cyclone aren't using it as Cyclone. They're using it as a trigger for like Frost. You see a lot of Oculus here. You see a lot of like builds using it as a trigger. They don't use it as a primary DPS skill. So if you actually look at, you know, Slayer's like 23%. So 3% of players are using Cyclone on a 6-link setup, and more than half of those players use it as a trigger. They don't even use it as a primary damage skill. But if you look at like, say, overall skills in week 8, you know, Kinetic Blast, 8% of players. Righteous Fire, 7% of players. So like, it's just not one of the top skills in the game. I mean, it is when you look at like the top 10 here, but once again, it's used as a trigger for builds like Frost. It's not used as like, hey, I'm using Cyclone as a damage. It's used as, you know, cast on crit. The only other gem yeah, we use General's Cry with, I use Ground Slam over Shaking, but you could use Sunder, either or. I think Ground Slam's just slightly better AoE and damage. But in the final version of the build, we actually dropped General's Cry, so this is like kind of the tree that I'm aiming for right now in this SSF character on my POB. You'll see on the level 90 and 96 trees, we use Cyclone setup, and we use General's Cry. But when we get to the very min-maxed endgame, we drop our General's Cry and we run a pure Cyclone setup with 6-link aura support. And this is not including graphs or anything from 3.27. This is just what will be in the game in 3.28, minus patch notes or whatever. And we're sitting at close to 200 million damage on the final build, with almost 90% block and spell block and all the other defensive layers. But at the level 96, yeah, we do use General's Cry setup. Yeah, that's one of the things I'm remembering how to do on this SSF playthrough is craft gear. It's a lot of fun going back to the old school SSF way of making things.
Let's see what we can do.
Not getting a 5-link in Act 5, yeah. I've been struggling just to 5-link this chest this morning. Kind of funny. Alright. But I think once I get my 2 5-links going, I'm going to push for my first 2 Void Stones, so that'll be shortly this morning. I gotta 5-link the chest first and move my Cyclone setup into it, and then I need to save up a lot of currency so that I can 5-link the staff, move my gems around. So probably an hour or so. I'm farming Expedition right now to hopefully get a bunch of bubblegum currency, so we'll see how it goes. So I'm playing SSF right now, so I'm doing Harvest and Expedition on my first tree to help with crafting gear, because I don't have keepers with the tree. If you're playing trade, you can kind of do various things. I usually like playing Ritual and Blight on trade. I've heard that Betrayal is good money. I've heard that mostly I've heard that Betrayal was pretty good money in 3.27, even despite the nerfs. What's up, Molasses? Didn't they say that the tree is going core? The tree is going core, but you won't have access to it really until the end game. So basically, you'll start to see breaches in the second half of the campaign, but just like with everything on the Atlas tree, you're going to have to spec into the breach stuff on the tree to get more keepers to spawn. And then once you've fully invested on the Atlas tree, you'll probably be able to reliably get breaches on every map that you do. But we'll know more with the announcement this week. But you're not going to have the tree while you're leveling through the campaign in every zone, so you're not going to be able to just like generate 5 and 6 links through the campaign. It's not going to be the same experience. It is most likely going to be nerfed in some way. It probably won't be as good as it was in Keepers. It is extremely rare that I don't think they've ever kept a league mechanic in that was as good as it was in its original league. They always power down everything to a baseline to keep the game relatively balanced. That's not to say that whatever the new league mechanic is won't, you know, also be broken in some way. So yeah, so far the build's been doing really well on this SSF test, you know, pretty happy with it. Did a few things different when I leveled the character yesterday. Biggest differences is we're running purity of elements over pride. So I started using this in Act 3 during the campaign yesterday, and I've been using it over pride. We have more than enough damage right now for mapping. And I think that this just gives you better quality of life all through the campaign, and especially like mapping and whatnot.
Hello.
Wonder how it'll synergize with Scarabs on New Breach. Yeah, that's true. It'll be interesting. I wonder if they'll show the new Scarabs for Breach during the announcement. Think they're going to add Ascendancies from Pharisha? Nah. I think the closest we got to that was the new Bloodline Ascendancies from killing bosses. I don't think, ooh, my first red map. I don't think we're going to see Pharisha Ascendancies in the core game. Those Ascendancies are pretty broken. Then again, you never know, but I'd be surprised. I think they'll keep Pharisha as an event that they can do as a filler when they need to give players something to do in between PoE 1 leagues. My biggest gripe with Pharisha was I didn't really enjoy the gauntlet stuff they added on top of it. I wish I could have just had the base game with the Pharisha Ascendancies and could have just done more experimentation. I think the gauntlet and how hard they tuned everything turned off a lot of players from the event. Excuse me. I was kind of used to what to expect because I had played Ziz's Gauntlet, so I knew what the additions were going to be. So it wasn't too bad. Yeah, Gauntlet was, it wasn't too bad. Like, I kind of knew what to expect. And it not being hardcore also made it obviously bearable. Yeah, well, there's a reason why they didn't go with the idols, right, as the actual Atlas system. They're super powerful, but there was just a lot that they waited too long to fix, you know? Like, they needed to nerf the recombination cost way earlier in the event. They needed to adjust the enraged damage. They waited too long to fix the event, and I think a lot of people were just like, I'm done with it. That's kind of the problem with GGG when they release an event right before a weekend. They take their weekend off, which is fine. That's obviously their prerogative. But then they wait like a week at least to nerf stuff that is making the event unbearable for players, and then they're not going to come back and try it. You kind of need to make those fixes, like, in my opinion, quicker. Like, those two things were pretty obvious early on and probably should have been patched like day 2 or 3 and not day 7. What's up, Benny?
Hello.
Oh boy. Did I even sleep? Yeah, I slept. I played a lot yesterday. Get you later, Tall. I played for like 11 hours yesterday, though. I played a lot. But I go back to work tomorrow, so I'm not going to have a lot of time during the week to grind. So I wanted to try to get... My goal is to get as far as I can with Atlas progression today. So that way the rest of the week I can just farm, like, you know, Blight and various stuff around work to try to just optimize my gear. I want to get most of the Atlas progression done today. I'm still getting over this respiratory infection also, so like... When I get off work tomorrow and play on stream, I'm going to be pretty exhausted. So I got to hit it while I'm fresh during the weekend right now. Thanks, Karma, for the follow. Yeah, the goal this morning is to try to get my 5 links going. And then I'm going to go try to knock out my first 2 void stones. And then just go back to pumping maps. I just need fusings now. Totally missed the boss. Three days to get through the axe. Every time I practice leveling the campaign, it takes me 6.5 hours on average. It doesn't matter. It's just my speed, I guess. Still in a 4-link? Man, that tree is going to be hard to not use in 3.28. Yeah. Well, I mean, getting a 5-link in SSF is pretty easy. And in trade, right, you can just buy a 6-link. It's not an issue. They're still going to be really cheap. Yeah, 6.5 to 7 hours is usually my average, and I feel like I'm going at a decent pace. The double boss is nasty. Yeah, right now I'm using normal Cyclone. The plan is, I have my second Atlas tree. I'm going to set that up for Blight and probably start farming Blight later on today for the boots. You 24 hours, but Keepers was your first league? Yeah, first time through, it's going to take you a minute. I am flirting with the idea of going SSF again. I've enjoyed this experience, even without the tree. So I'm considering it. Yeah, I think we can do this map. Yeah, first time through, like getting through the campaign, you don't know where you're going, what you're doing. A lot of like doing the campaign is muscle memory. First red map on this character. Oh, I gotta do my fourth lab too. I have an offering, but I was waiting till stream to do it, so we gotta knock out our fourth lab this morning also. Get that Slayer Leech going. Guy's annoying because he just runs away from me. Into physical. Alright, we gotta do something like, I guess this.
Oh, look out for me! That's just a bad divination card.
Damn, Soul Eaters hate those. Yeah, they're pretty nasty. Well, I'm doing Expedition right now. It's pretty okay. Expedition's alright. King's March is good passive income once you get your town set up. I need to do that today, too. Delve is, like, alright. I don't know, like, if it's as good as other League mechanics for making money. You can definitely make money off of it, but I think there's better things. Yeah, it's kind of like whatever you want to do in this game. Some things are better than others, but if you enjoy a specific type of content, you should just do that. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Ritual on Cyclone. I think it feels pretty good. You definitely want to have Chaos Resistance fixed before you start doing it though, which I don't have on this character yet.
I can't do this just yet.
Hello. Journey well.
This build wouldn't work as a CI build, unfortunately.
start again. Okay. You're not serious. Enough of this. I'll keep it.
Hey, there it is. Alright, so now I need to get this with a green and a blue. Let's see. Cyclone used. Probably pulverize. So Thursday I have work. I won't be off work until about 3 or 4 hours after the stream. So I'll be streaming Thursday, but it'll be several hours after the stream. So what I'll probably be doing Thursday is going over the POB a little bit and looking at the patch notes. And then I'll be recording my update video for 3.28 as long as everything's okay with the build. So my plan prior to Thursday is to get some footage from this character, but more importantly my 3.27 character, and have that footage like ready to go, and then I'll splice together a video Thursday night. But yeah, I'll be at work on during the stream, unfortunately. Green and a blue, I guess. Should probably be Ricci. It says chrome on average. Alright.
Godslayer.
Ricci is like a calculator tool, so you can plug in what color sockets you're looking for, the requirements of the piece of gear, the total sockets, and it will tell you your best way of trying to get the colors on the item. So for the chest here, it was just running straight chromes on it versus doing the bench crafts. Streamer client, yeah. Yeah, it's a pretty useful little tool that I use. Alright. Crimson Township. This map usually sucks. Let's see how this goes. I think what we'll do is go do 4th lab once I level. We'll knock that out real quick. To get that overleach. Be pretty good. Yeah, you just basically Google Verici Chrome calculator and that little tool comes up. You always get the long end of the stick on the averages. I mean, that can happen for sure. It's rough.
Shall we?
Greetings.
I'll actually do these 2 invitations. We'll see how rough this is. Even before I do 4th lab. Start with this one. Nah, we don't use the war banner anymore on the build.
The challenge begins. Your champion will
We're not using pride here, so we'll see how this feels without that pride damage.
in space. Replica. Solar Storm. space. Simulate how unexpected.
That wasn't too bad.
My Astra.
Alright, let's do Fat Boy.
Atlas, mine.
Your champion looks delicious. Hunger.
20% coal. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Hunger without.
I'm always terrible at this guy. Pretty sure we want to go over here, right? And land here. Yeah.
Will not be slaughtered. Trash.
Is that too bad? Yeah, I haven't qualityed any of my jewels yet, so I just got a few gem cutters from Fusion, but I'll probably just stick this in the font when I do my 4th lab and get some extra quality on it that way. That wasn't too bad. Yeah, 2 high quals would be nice, for sure.
A worthy opponent.
Yeah, I'm gonna do lab after this. And might blow my gold. I might spend one more gold sink on seeing if I get a good stat base from Faustus. So I might get lucky and get something better than this to use as my 5 link. So we'll do a little Faustus gambling and then we'll go do lab. Yeah, I use my left click for loot and movement. Right click for spin.
You there, local, come. Bracing! For the Kelgar!
Might be time to update the loot filter up a tier. See what that does. If you do the filter command, there's a link to my Google Drive that has the sound files and filters for 3.27. Alright. Dang, big boom already. Build must be putting in work. Yeah, it's fairly tanky for like no investment, right? Like once again, this is SSF without tree. Private league. We're like 14 hours into the character right now. Get a filter with burnt peanut sounds for 3.28.
Hello.
Alright, let's do some quick gambling with Faustus and see if we get lucky, and then we'll go do lab.
Business. I'd consider that a win.
Yeah, it's a 5-link. It has intelligence on it. I could reforge Harvest on that.
Hello.
But unfortunately, I really want an Ezomite base. So I can use fusings to just fix a staff. 5-link isn't too bad.
Not bad at all.
Unless I get something that's just ridiculously rolled from him.
Doubt even I could sell that.
Alright, this is interesting. E2. But 5-link Ezomite. Base 83.
Wealth is always a good thing.
%27% attack speed is kind of insane. I wonder if this is worth like regaling, because if I regal and hit something insane, then like we can just finish it off. Well, that's ripped. That's ripped. Yeah, I agree.
Till next time, shall we keep, Savior?
Could do worse, exile. The Mary Lane is hello, hello. Could do worse, exile.
Hold on. 27% increased attack speed. T2. Got Fizz Hybrid as crit multi. That's pretty crazy. That's kind of nuts, right? Yeah, you just craft Fizz on that, I think. That's pretty good. And it's got crit multi. Nah, he wasn't the one, Chris, and good morning. That's pretty good, and it's got, yeah, much better attack speed. Boss, this is the new tree? Yeah, I guess so, right? Holy shit, dude. And I haven't quality'd it yet. That's pretty damn good, guys.
Hello.
Always, always upgrade your weapon. The only thing I don't like is the base, but I'll take that for now. That's whatever. So my old staff is 549 Fizz DPS. This one is 722. Yeah, it's pretty good. I just got a 5-link it. The game will give me 5 sockets. Come on, game. I'm gonna probably say, can I get my colors here? I just need 2 greens and a blue. Probably want to Varici this. Alright. Yeah, much better weapon. We'll 5-link it later.
The Mary Lee.
It's a third-party tool you can get called Awaken PoE Trade. Helps you with price indexing of items, especially when you play trade in this game. Alright, so I've got my little museum of staffs on this character. We had our, when we first entered maps, progressively getting better. But yeah, that's a pretty sick staff right there. Well, because I get up every day at like, you know, 4:35 in the morning, because I'm usually on the road to work at 6. I don't change my sleep schedule on my days off. And yeah, the military does do that to you. Alright, let's go do lab. Also, I like streaming early in the morning if I can, because I get a wider view of people that tune in. Because over in Europe, it's like, you know, your early afternoon right now. Nope, I died. I have 1 death on the character. Thanks, Tem, and thanks, Retro, for the follows. Alright, so we want to go... This is a weird-ass lab today. Alright, we're going to go right. Ooh. Lab has changed since this happened. Or has it? No, this is the same. Hey, appreciate it, Retro. Oh, thanks.
The weary traveler draws close to the end of the complex machinations converge to a single act of power. Show me your resolve. You were born this. Even the grandest designs can be dismantled.
Alright, all roads lead. This is definitely a different lab layout. RIP. Alright. I'm not going for dark shrines anyways right now, so it's whatever. Just trying to get through this thing. Has Impale instead of Bowl. Yeah, the problem with the Impale gem is it just doesn't scale as well as other DPS gems if you can get Impale chance other ways. Am I doing weird here? I gotta go this way, huh? I have brain fog this morning. Oh, once we fix our staff too, I can spec into the 15% life here. So we just got to get this linked, get this colored, move our gems around, and then we're going to gain 15% more life, which is going to be really nice. See what's behind that door, I guess. We're winging lab, winging lab. Yo, gambling on that new staff. Bostus is the new tree, dude. Bostus is so good. Bostus and Faustus we trust.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. To enter the essence of an empire must be shared equally amongst all of its citizens. Nobility is alive. You are inexhaustible. The sovereign leech leaves but a husk for its descendants.
Can't do this just yet.
An aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor must keep. A throne is the most devious trap of them all. Make your mark. You are free.
Hello.
No Vow Orbs. Rip. We just run it. We run it.
Greetings.
Oh, rip. I forgot to witness that map, so I didn't get credit. That's unfortunate. Thanks, Jang, for the follow. Alright, so I need better pair of boots now, better movement speed. That'd be a pretty good upgrade.
My spirit is spent.
Can't wait till we get the mana costs. Benchcraft soon. There it is. That's the map we need for that. Oh, it's fortuitous. Bossus is the way. That's all I can say. Oh yeah, I'll be doing. I play Cyclone every league. This is my my Cyclone build.
Racing! Not today.
What are my thoughts about the tree going core? I think it might be good when you invest in the Atlas with it as an endgame strategy, but it's going to be useless for league start.
Greetings.
Alright, let's go get our mana costs.
How's it going?
You there, local. Come.
I can't do this just yet.
You there. A moment of your time. Go on, exile. Approach the tear. It is done. I hope you not dally.
What's up, Young? How's it going? Welcome, welcome.
Not a chance.
Am I feeling better today? I'm feeling a little bit better. My respiratory system is still pretty shook though. It feels, definitely still feels weak.
Greetings.
Thanks, Zizel for the follow.
Hail!
Oh, it's my it's from my MTX, the Sandwrath. It makes a giant mastodon appear to crush enemies that I've killed. There's no flash charges. Ooh, this will be rough. Should have looked a little bit more carefully. No flash charges. Or- Probably getting buffed by one of the expedition mobs. Oh, and they have the regen life too. They were just super tanky. Regen life. Yeah, super tanky mobs. I'm swaying you back. Yeah. It's like one guy should have cold. That's like definitely 20%. I love the purity idea, the change. Yeah, the purity feels really good. Yeah, I may have made these guys a little too rough. A little too rough. Yeah, alright. Yeah, you gotta be careful with the expeditions sometimes. You can make them super scary. Yeah, sometimes you gotta know, like, when to fold.
die rather well.
Hello.
Fizz damage with crit and impale. All fizz.
Mike, over here.
Immune to chaos damage. Can't be crit strikes, that'll probably do it. Yeah, this will be rough, but we'll see what happens.
Not on my watch.
We don't get fast charges from these, but they shouldn't be immortal like the other pack, so there's that. It's a lot of damage when you scale the impales high enough.
Approach, challenger.
It was really crazy in 3.27 with the graphs. The graphs added like an extra 100 million plus damage to the build just from the graph alone. Alright, we're about to do our first Void Stone, looks like.
Hello.
There you go. Alright, yeah, let's go get this done. We'll go fight Peter.
Approach, challenger.
What's up, Exile?
You're alive.
a bit of divine. Alright, let's go see how this build goes right now with Eater. Thanks, Hat, for the follow.
Energize the spheres. Energize the spheres.
That's slammed to death there. Also, I forgot to do this earlier. We have the ring enchant, so we should be doing this right here. Rip. I'm gonna wait till I have the chaos to just put the good one on there, and that will bring us down to 0. What's up, Neek? How's it going?
Local. Need your aid.
I'm still kind of messed up, but I'm feeling a little bit better. Thanks for asking. Oh my god. That'll bring my mana cost down to 0 on my Cyclone, which means it'll never stop. I'll never stop spinning from degen or anything like that. We may have over... Expeditions, man, can be rippy. What holiday is it tomorrow? Alright. Oh, okay.
Greetings.
Business, business, business. Could do worse, exile.
Local, need your aid.
I can't do immune to physical damage. And also, the other annoying one is, can't leech. Don't want to do that. For the most part, I can do the rest. Some are going to be more annoying than others, but... it comes down to whether you care about the movement speed or not. If you care about the movement speed, you can go Mage Blood and stack movement speed with the boots. I just don't. The movement speed with Stampede doesn't like bother me, so I prefer Rise Lotha with the damage. It also makes the end game build a little bit less expensive because you don't have to, you know, get a Mage Blood. But yeah, it's totally fine to go for movement speed. Also, yeah, like he just said, you're gonna have to tap your Tumult more than likely, which means you're gonna be prone to getting stunned. Yeah, if you're going to do the movement speed variation, you'd probably want to keep Unwavering Stance and do something different with the chest. I wouldn't want to be prone to getting stunned on juiced map content. You'll probably die. Don't even know if you're going to do trade. I'm really flirting with the idea of going to SSF again. I had a lot of fun doing it this past league. Only trade for you? Yeah. The reason I kind of want to play trade is async trade makes it so nice, and I didn't really play it in 3.27. I think honestly it's going to come down to the announcement. If they don't address ground loot and like playing trade is just like awful in terms of the economy and stuff, I mean, I might just go SSF. I can always segue over to trade. But everything I heard about playing the economy in 3.27 was that it sucked. So yeah, that's the problem with SSF for me, is the 6 links. You just gotta grind. It's all it really comes down to. It's doable, but it's a grind. I think they're trying to say exile. It's like you can have a 6 link in trade on day 2. Like you can have your 2 6 links on this build day 2. You're not gonna have that in SSF. But when you play SSF, you have to kind of have the mentality of like everything takes longer because you're grinding all the resources yourself. So I think some people just look at it from a trade perspective, like, oh, by day 2 I can have all my 6 links online and just be pumping. Which is, you know, true. I definitely do the chest before I do the weapon. Because you're constantly going to be working on your weapon more than your chest. Your chest is going to be more of that deterministic craft, right? So you'll be farming resources for that anyways if you're playing SSF. This boss is so annoying. Pretty sure I can just like tank her degen.
Orb of Skelly. Orb of Operation. Ready. Hot. Shine out is the shining light.
Greetings.
55 intelligence. That ring though, 55 intelligence, 90 life. Fire resist. I mean, I'd have to give up the cold chaos resist ring, but that's a lot of intelligence on a base. It's a terrible base, but what does my resistances look like without that ring? I'm like 100 across the board. It's 55 intelligence, dude. That means I can drop the boots and this, likely. It's 48. Oh yeah.
What have you got for me? Let's fix what's broken.
It might be time to think about respecking. I don't have enough gold, but we're about at that point where we want to respec. But that's fine.
I'm here.
Yeah, eventually I'll fix my amulet. I like this amulet right now, though. The life is terrible, but it has 300 accuracy on it. That's why I'm using it. I've like certain pieces of gear right now with accuracy on it. Like I really like this ring, the 400 accuracy. I've got my hit pretty much. So amulet would probably be one of the next things I fix. But yeah, that's a much better ring.
What you need?
Let's do this.
I can't go that low. You're taking advantage of our friendship, you. Shiny coins, aren't they? Fair enough. A man's gotta make a living. Robbing me blind. You're nonsense. We're far more away. You're being an arm, I shouldn't. Fair enough.
Oh, I totally spaced on the glass blowers, thank you. Yeah, those are very rare.
Got some more? Yeah.
Unit heading up to the code 3 chase. Suspect was last reported south.
Yeah, glass blowers are super rare.
Just clearing another call. I'm headed over there. Closing fast on a vehicle that matches the description.
Happy about it.
That reported party? All units go to condition 2. Pilot into a rig, stand by. I'm gonna try to get in front of this guy, slow him down.
Be I'm happy about it. Please, yes from me. I can't go that low. You'll push me, take it. Got some more? You know. I'll repose, I'm feeling gentle. Be right again. Sure, why can't go that low. Right, okay. A man's gotta make a living. You're not. I shouldn't. Fine. You're not. Man's gotta make it. I don't think so. I shouldn't. More? Won't be it. It's worth far more. Fine. Be reasonable. You're robbing me blind. Got some more? A man's gotta make a living. All you've done for us. You're not. Fair enough. You're being an art. Okay. That's barely worth my time. Feeling generous. I can't go that low. He'll do. Ain't a win, but he'll do.
Gotta mute dialogue if you're gonna be doing contusion.
Got some more?
Yeah, I guess that's fair. I could lower him.
I'm here.
Yeah, we definitely want more chaos. I know mathematically, I should run 6 sockets on that before I do that, because you just have a better chance at getting a 5-link. So maybe I just get enough jewelers, 6 socket it, and then do it from that point. Yeah, I know it did that there. With all the deals extra damage as chaos.
Orb of alteration.
I'm doing T15. Working on getting my second Void Stone right now. But we're about to go do my mind is spacing. Fire dude. Yeah, it's doing pretty well for SSF Day 2. Yeah, we got rid of the Abyssus.
Greetings.
I was spacing on that. I blame the brain fog from this respiratory death and suffering from. This may have been ambitious. We'll see. Yeah. We turned him into Super Mob.
Orb of scouring. Orb of alteration. Cha-ching. Orb Orb of alteration. Battle orb. Orb of spelling.
Ascendant is getting rework. Possibly. Old school breach, dude. Old school breach.
Orb of operation. Zigzag. Cha-ching.
I know. That's why it's so good. It's the unstable. Not in particular. We really want amethyst rings for the chaos resistance. Alright, let's go wipe on Exarch, because I'm 100% dying to balls. There's not a chance I survive balls. I believe we still use amethyst rings in the late game version. Resistances are very tight on this build, so we use our rings to help a lot with resistances and accuracy and things like that.
Your absurd defiance ends here, hatchling.
Feels like a rune. Runes enter him.
Disintegration, cleansing, annihilation. The fires of a thousand suns.
I suck at ball phase. Did I live? Oh my gosh. I never lived during ball phase. Bro, there's no way. I suck at this stuff. What do you mean terrible rings? Well, yeah, they're not great. They're definitely not statted right. Or they're not like the best highest stats. But like this first ring, for instance, like you want the accuracy, the resistances. Yeah, like it's basically for accuracy, resistances, and life. So yeah, I could craft like a better ring on this one, but you're not wrong about that. But there's not a world in which I think we're not using amethyst rings on this build with that setup. I should have waited for ball phase to end. Yeah, sure. Yeah, but what he's saying, Chris, is like you only get assassin's marks on rare and uniques. You get life on hit on everything. So it would give you like comfiness. It's a good suggestion. I guess like the counter argument is just like there's no reason not to do it if you can still have resistance and life and accuracy on the rings. You're already investing so much money into the build at that point, it just makes it more comfortable. Yeah, but once again, I guess what I'm saying is, what is your counter argument to not doing it though? Like what mod is it taking away from on the ring? But everything about the endgame build is complicated. 99% of players will never use this tree. Like 99% of players will never ever do this. This is not like, we have this in our POB for like you and me and people that will push the build, but like the majority of players will never ever obtain any of this stuff. So it's like, this is what most people are going to play. This version of the build right here. They might scale it a little bit further. They might make like a better weapon. They might get Rise Lothas and do stuff like that. No one is ever playing the level 100 tree. And like when you look at the massive amount of people that will try this build. Right, but once again, why not? Yeah. If your argument is like it saves money, I would just propose that on the end game build loadout, it doesn't really matter that much about saving money, because when you're pushing the build this far, right? When you're pushing the build to this level, you're generating such revenue that crafting those rings is inexpensive to you. Like with this kind of a setup, you're making like 20 to 40 divine an hour. And when you're making 20 to 40 divine an hour doing like juiced in-game strategies on trade, that's a very inexpensive cost to make those rings, to like do upgrades like that. You're not playing this loadout and like making 3 divine an hour, you know? So it's like, that's all I'm saying is just like, when you think about costs, you're making a lot more revenue with this scale of the build. So like, if the ring costs like 12 divine to craft, okay, I'm making more divine in an hour than it costs to make the ring. So it's just, I don't know. Yeah, but I guess my way of looking at this is, when you're playing this version of the build, you're pushing this as far as possible. So min-max everything, min-max survivability, min-max damage. There's no reason not to hold back if there's like something that will just like make no leech feel generally better all around, because everything you hit gives you life. Is it necessary? No, but compared to some things, yeah. It's definitely cheap because we don't run a mage blood. That saves a lot of money right there. Alright, 2 void stones done. Yeah, this is currently like the heavily invested in-game loadout right here. So there's one for bossing, there's one for mapping, and then there's a general level 96 tree for most players. The bossing tree, level 101, is like the final state version of the build at the moment. But as you noted, like if we're talking about in the technical sense of min-maxing, there's a lot more that could be done to this loadout. It would add, you know, more cost to it, obviously, like Chris is saying. But technically, this isn't really min-maxed. If we wanted to like make super mirror tier gear, we could push this even further, right? But this is like what he's saying. This is a balance between affordability and performance. Yeah, you'd run like a corrupted belt, corrupted boots. Yeah. Yeah. The +1 endurance from boots would be huge. Resistance from belts would also be really nice. The problem with the rings that you're going to run into, with the rings is we really need the rings to fix attributes and resistances. So, yeah, I do think we can take a look at the level 100 tree and beef it up a bit before Thursday. We might be able to make one super ring, one super expensive ring that solves like most of our issues, accuracy, intelligence, and some resistances, but we'd end up being short on chaos resistance, I think. Because the problem is you really need 2 amethyst rings with double chaos rolls on it. Yeah, you could do something like that too. Yeah. Yeah, you could Calandra this, huh? I guess on the cog work, we'd want the last suffix to be all resists. Something like this would be insanely expensive, but this would be like what you would go for. And then yeah, you would just run like a Calandra or something. Yeah, it's a super expensive craft. The problem is like Calandra helps you with like, it helps you with the chaos resist, but like the whole point of doing the ring setup, in my opinion, would be like being able to run like a herald ring, right? Something like, where's the Herald of Purity? So you'd want to run something like this. Yeah. The whole point of doing the ring swap would be running like a circle of guilt, right? So you can take advantage of the purity buff. Yeah. Well, we'd have to find other ways to solve it, Chris. So it's like, you know. Yeah, it could. So like on the amulet. Plus 35% to chaos resistance. Something like that. That works, right? Because that's a suffix, 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 prefix, prefix. Increased damage while leeching is a prefix, right? So that works on the amulet. Then you would do something like corrupt the belt. You would probably just buy this. Because once again, at this point, you know, at this point you would just like buy a corrupted belt because you're making so much currency per hour, you know. You could probably get a double corrupted one. They'd be insanely expensive, but you could do something like Pride Aura. That's another 10 million damage. You could do the all resist like he's talking about. I would probably do all resist and I would do like Pride Aura. Would be what I would probably run. Yeah, but you could also take the catalyst off and just the corruptions alone. AoE's also good for mapping, depends what you want. Yeah, you can't catalyst a corrupted item, right? So you'd have to buy it first and then just you'd have to craft this yourself. Oh, you can? Oh, well then, okay. Oh, it's random? Yeah. We don't need a mage blood on this build. Yeah, but I guess if like you're... once again, this whole theory, this whole road we're going down, right, is like min-max, right? So you would do Pride and all resist is probably what I would want on this. You get a little bit of extra damage and you get a little bit of assistance with the resistances. Can you do... You can't corrupt chaos resistance, huh? I doubt it, yeah. I think you double corrupt your own belts so you can catalyze them. You mean catalyze them in advance and then just double corrupt them? Probably, yeah. How much were Rise Lothas going for in 3.27? Oh yeah, that's nothing. Yeah, that's like pennies when you're in game. So it's like whatever. I mean, the rest of the gear is like, you know, you would do the corruption on the boots for the extra endurance charge. That's the main thing you want. One extra endurance charge is really nice. The only thing we have to figure out now is mana. So we added... Because our Cyclone still costs 1 mana, and we have 0 mana. Because we swapped the rings around. And on this current tree, we don't take any kind of like reduced attacks costs for the Cyclone. No, I understand that, but because we swapped the rings around, your ring had mana on it, which was giving us just enough buffer on mana to be able to run with 1 cost. When we swapped the rings like this, we lost the mana on the ring. There's a lot of different ways to make currency in in-game and PoE. Yeah. We have 0 mana. Yeah. Is what I'm trying to say. Yeah. But when you have this kind of gear, when you're playing the game at this level, you're generating like 15 to 20 on the low end per hour with a farming strategy. Like if you're making 5 divine an hour with this kind of gear, you either bought money, you either bought currency from a third-party site, or you just don't know how to, you're not following like a good farm strategy. Yeah, there's like pretty much all content in PoE can generate currency. Some of it is consistent, some of it is more like jackpot. But the more you run juiced farm strategies, scare herbs, and you spec your atlas in certain ways and stuff, you can pretty much guarantee like an average divine return of at least 15 an hour. I actually did it on stream during Pharisha on my live streams. I was generating on average about 10 divine an hour doing a Harbinger strat. And that wasn't even fully realized at that point. Yeah. I'm gonna link this real quick in our chat, Chris. Yeah, for sure. Like I said, this is currently what Chris came up with for the endgame build. It's really good. I think like for the type of gear we have here and the damage and defense we're getting, it's pretty good. It looks on paper pretty weak, like with Fizz max hit and stuff, but I can actually show you real quick. I'll show you real quick on stream. Builds. So at level 100, once again, there's no graphs added to this. We've chosen to go. Let me show you. So this is a T17 100% delirious with that basic loadout right there. So on paper, it looks like it's a little bit weak with the max phys hit and stuff, but like, I mean, this is 100% Delirious T-17 right now. And if I go skip ahead to the boss, oh, that's Uber Exarch. Let me go to, here's the boss. It's 100% Delirious Fortress boss. Yeah, that's why I was saying it. That part looks like it's not great, but like with the block, it's, I mean, but I mean, if you look at the damage right here, this is 100% Delirious on a Fortress. Yeah, there is that chance because it's block, right? And then you can see here's like Uber Eater, the current setup. Uber Exarch. I feel like the defense is fine for the kind of damage we're getting. Like here's Uber Cyrus. Then Uber Maven. Yeah, so I mean, there's that where you don't block. But then you just jump back in and finish her off. So, yeah, I feel like the build has pretty good damage and defense. Yeah. In an ideal world, if we could get like the thing that's gonna one-shot you on this build is a boss hit, right? You don't block, the boss hits you. 30k max phys hit is not enough to save you. Like that's what's gonna kill you, right? But like in a regular mapping situation, you'd be fine. And that's where like in bossing, you know, unless you're playing an immortal build, you're just gonna have to have some kind of mechanical skill. But I really like this loadout with these changes. Just have to figure out mana and maybe a little bit more chaos resistance. But yeah, Exile, I'll post this in Twitch real quick. This is currently what I just edited with the rings. But yeah, we're always looking for constructive ways to make it better. I feel like the level 96 version is about as slimmed down and cost effective for the type of damage you're getting. I think most players are going to have a lot of success with this version of the build. And for most players, they'll play this, and then they're either going to stop playing the league or they'll play a meta build for like, you know, uber bossing. The few people that want to push the Cyclone build as far as possible, I think this is a pretty good baseline right here. I'm gonna grab some drinks real quick, and then I'm gonna go back to mapping. Alright guys, so 2 Void Stones down on the test character. We have a couple unique maps we could run. It's one of my least favorite maps to do is this guy right here. Yeah, I think what I might do now is set up, I really do want to 5-link this staff before I move forward. But I want to start getting into, some Blight today. Start farming for Stampede, maybe. Be a thing.
What about green shoes? Or the flowers? Or the balcony? Cha-ching!
What's more difficult, 100% Delirious T17 or some Valdos maps? I never did any T17s, but I have the Valdos maps I try. Valdos is the hardest, by far. 100%. Well, the only reason I say that is, like, if you choose to run a Valdos that has, like, only one portal or something dumb like that, that just makes it more difficult simply because, yeah.
of alteration. Cha-ching!
I got wrecked. Rip. Oh my gosh.
Hi, Team Meow.
Oh, the Paladin? Yeah, well, the Paladin was built all around the Paladin, right? Rip Farisha. It was a fun little side thing. Hey, I'm glad you liked it. I had fun playing it. I just, I didn't really enjoy a lot of the Farisha outside of the Ascendancy stuff. And I took a little bit of a break because I knew I was going to be doing this SSF test before the announcement and other stuff for the main league, so I didn't want to burn myself out. Was that Eye of Winter? PoE 2? I want to get into PoE 2, man, but there's so much they need to fix in that game before I think I'm going to invest time into another league. Point 4 was not what that game needed. There's a lot of stuff they need to fix in that game for me to probably get into it. Well, there's no end game. There's no effective end game. There's no build diversity because there just isn't that much stuff in the game. Half the skills don't work well or scale well. Actually, 70% of them don't work well or scale well. Then you have the issue of half the passive tree is useless because you can't play life builds in PoE 2. If you want to do the hardest content, you got to play evasion and stack ES. So you're playing the right side of the tree. There's no fast melee class in PoE 2, it's just warrior, which is basically marauder. There's a lot of stuff that's just not good. They don't have any life scaling and they've admitted that they need to fix that. There's only ES scaling. It's just armor's basically useless compared to how insanely good evasion and ES stacking is.
Just a baby now.
Whatever the case may be, that game has serious core problems right now, and it's just not fun to play for me at least, but maybe when they address some of that stuff over the next year, I'll be down to definitely sink time into it again. PoE 2. Well, PoE 1 is just a completed game, you know? So it's a better game because it's balanced, it's complete, it's a finished product. Every time they introduce new league stuff, like with Keepers, when they roll that into core, they'll balance it and make it a part of the baseline. PoE 2 is just this like beta mess. It's got a lot of good stuff in there. But once again, why am I going to waste time playing a warrior or something that I want to do like melee in that game? And then I either have to like stack ES on a warrior or just play right side of the tree evasion ES so I can do the hardest content in the game. Deadeye, Lightning Arrow. Like, it's the same shit for the last 3 or 4 leagues. Even Blood Mages stack ES now, it's insane. And they're like the class that's supposed to stack life, like on the top of the tree. Oh, this is going to be a map I don't want to do. Can't regen life or mana, and you can't leech. Yeah, that's a hard pass. That is a hard pass. Coral chains. Yeah, I think pretty soon here we're going to set up a Blight Atlas tree and we're going to start farming Blight for maybe getting Stampede. Plus I need oils for Annoyance, so...
Orb of Alteration.
Just gonna send this. It's probably gonna be bad. Don't do the immune to fizz damage there. Probably gonna die. Oh yeah. Oh. Had a Transfigured Gem for Venom Gyre.
Divination card. Cha-ching. Cha-ching. This piece of shit. Cha-ching.
What's your success rate for Stampede boots? Actually better than it ever should be. It's supposed to be pretty rare. I guess not pretty rare, but like on average 1 out of 50 or 100 blighted maps. I get pretty lucky when I do it. But that could just be streamer client, I don't know. There's only two ways for me to get Stampede, right? There's Heist and there's Blighted maps, and you know, I don't have enough time to run 100 blueprints before Thursday. That's just not going to happen with work starting back up tomorrow, so the best bet I have is just to run Blight, and maybe I get them before Thursday on this character. It's pretty much what that comes down to. Oh, I'm good, man. If you wanna throw your divines at somebody else. I'm done with keepers myself. I'll probably go on there to do a few things this week. The build update video, but that's about it. Getting the rogue every time is so boring. I think I've only ever seen the boots. Actually, I need to loosen my loot filter up because I'm looking for a flask right now. I've heard Heist was profitable. People do it. I feel like I need to... Oh my gosh. Wait, I went the wrong way. Wait, maybe I did go the right way. Oh, I hate being sick. I have no sense of direction. Yeah, I had like a respiratory infection this week. It was pretty bad. I had to go to the doctors and get a bunch of antibiotics and steroids and stuff. I'm still like really recovering from it. Yeah, well, I have Enfeeble right now and they're impaling me and all this other crap. I might have to actually go back and farm a Divine Life Flask from like Act 10. I really want a Divine Life Flask for my Life Flask base. Ooh, no, it's the poison. That's what it is. Alright. Poison's what's getting me, because I don't have any chaos resist. Yeah, I guess the Pantheon would help me. Right now I'm doing Solo Solaris, but this isn't going to do anything because I don't have any vessels. Like, I got nothing. This does nothing for me. This would be a little bit better, but I didn't even have 3 poisons. I had 2 poisons there and it was wrecking me. I just don't have any chaos resistance is my problem right now. Probably time to start rolling amethyst rings with harvest and see if I get like something decent. Absolute trash. That's blocked for you. Let me say you one thing, being stupid is hard. This AI things do not enter my head. Yeah. Oh, we got the Soul Eater from Hell here. This guy will never die. And will probably just kill us. Oh no, I got the buff from the thing, so that might actually kill him. Maybe. With enough time and attrition, the buff from Settlers might kill him. Ridiculous. Fair and balanced mod? Yeah. 100%.
Save the sauce in this piece of shit. Save the sauce.
So much loot. There's so much loot. Talking about in the level 100 tree. It's the cluster Joel. I meant to vendor stuff. I was like, forgot why I came here. Yeah, no problem. Temporal chains. I got a perfect rolled armor hit on that. Okay. That's a almost 4K armor chest right there. Alright. I think we're gonna go for Blight Atlas Tree after this map. Start farming up some blighted stuff. Let's think Blight here. Might do some Blight Ritual. Well, I need Chaos Resistance before we go into Ritual. But we can definitely do some Blight. I could also do Blight Beasts. Maybe I get a Morrigan. Alright, game, I see how it is. Want to level again before I start wiping on these maps for completion, so we'll do this. Yeah. Double boss. Double Rippy. Ooh, Katava's Thirst. When you say Anointing Frenzy charges, is that sustained on bossing? Or just like Disciple of the Slaughter would only be on mapping? Keep in mind, one of the things we do on the build is we're anointing, I think we changed it actually on, but yeah, we do have Enigmatic Defense on here to scale our spell block. But if you're taking away Charisma, oh, gotcha. You're trying to fit in the Strangle Grasp. I see. Okay. Let's talk about Amulet here. Much dex do I actually need? It's the Blood Rage. So I really don't need any of the dex on this amulet. What I really want is some accuracy and life on an amulet. Let's get some bases from Fossis. Well, this is actually not bad in comparison. That gives me more intelligence. That frees up the belt. And it gives me back some dex for Blood Rage. My resistances are getting a little scuffed now. Do fire and lightning on the boots for right now. Then put life on the amulet. You like the playlist? This is the playlist right here. Okay. It should just be a matter of running enough of this. Just need 5 red. Come on, game. Come on, game. Alright, we're gonna have to do concentrated effects for a little bit on our dude. Then we need to get Alright. Now let's look at some other upgrades. Grab our effects. Or I could try to push for 5 red. I'd rather have pulverize on there. Yeah, we need more chromes. I still would like better boots. Worry about that in a moment.
Wait, run! What's this?
It's just for bosses.
Or looks very scared.
I died on my hardcore run. I died on Exarch because I don't know how to do balls. I always die on Exarch on hardcore when I do go to the Voidstone. I'm just not good at that fight.
Just what's it? Oh, this is happening. Silver oil.
So is this the POB you guys are talking about right now in its current state? Biggest changes are we're running the cog work with Calandras. Calandras with cog work, and we did Impale Chance on the gloves. Yeah, it looks like just the rings and then the amulet, the gloves. Oh, yeah. Resistances plus. Oh, did we want to corrupt the boots for endurance charge? Yeah, there really isn't a way. You could do this right here. Oh no, it's a mastery. It's not the notable. I was thinking of the marked enemies. Gain frenzy charge. Rip. It's too far away. There is this cluster right here that gives Culling Strike also, but that's quite a bit of a point investment to get down to this. 7 points. A lot to give up. You'd have to give up defense for it. Yeah, we could. You have a lot of extra strength. Would be good tattoos. Physical damage, I guess. Fire resist? Oh yeah. Fire resist is fair. Fixes that. Well, strength gives life too, which is why I like it, but it's definitely worth one tattoo for the fire resist. Cool. Yeah, I think the only way to do frenzy charge is you'd have to give up a ton of defense, and you'd have to spec into like Mark for Death and take the mastery. That would give you frenzy charges though on bosses. Oh, you have frenzy charges enabled right here. Yeah, we can't have that enabled. I don't like enabling frenzy charges on my POB unless it's guaranteed on single target. Yeah. The next issue I want to swap to. Yeah, can't you just catalyst the Stringle Grasp? It gets you to 174. I think monsters with more accuracy is probably fine. Losing 7 points, the only way to do it would be to drop defense here. That makes our block become shit. At least for spell. But then that would give you, basically the trade-off to get guaranteed frenzy charges is you give up a ton of spell block, but then you gain frenzy charges on bossing. Which kind of defeats the whole purpose of the concept of the build to run the Flame Flesh Jewels in that regard. But this is the only way I think you can get guaranteed frenzy on single target. It would be super powerful though. It's like 60 million damage. Without frenzy, it's 195 right now. For single target. It's not 7 million DPS, it's 60 million DPS. Almost. Oh, you're talking about from your tree to this one? Yeah, that's why I'm a little confused why... It's because he's using Kalandra's Touch to... He's doing the One Ring concept, right? The One Ring fixes everything. The reason why my one earlier had a little bit more damage was we were using a Circle of Guild there. Yeah, Frenzy was on. You gain almost 70 million damage by taking these 7 points though. I wonder if we really care about the 30-something% spell block. Like, it's really good, but is it worth 70 million? Or, well, 55 million in this case? It's worth it for mapping, 100%. Like doing juice mapping, you want the block. I'm just thinking like when you go to boss, you might want to just spec out of the block because you're going to try to kill the boss as quick as possible, right? So to pump your damage, maybe if you're just doing a bunch of Ubers for a day, you would spec into the Frenzy Charge generation and then leave the block. Because like, this is where the block really helps you is when you're doing the really hard juice map content, you know? So... Are you talking about cut damage from the tree? Probably. We could probably drop these. What are we getting from here? Double damage is pretty strong. Like 15 mil just for that 1 point. You probably don't want to remove anything from the Lethal Pride cluster. I would probably drop these points, actually. How much damage is this? It's 30 million damage. We need 2 points, basically. Where can we shave 2 points on the tree? Oh, he's cooking. Okay. Well, while he's cooking, where are we getting Calling Strike currently? Oh yeah, what am I thinking? I'm an idiot. Disregard. This gets us to 215 with 1 point over. So this gains us about 20 million damage if we do this without sacrificing block. Elon Musk streaming moment, yeah. So this gained us 20 million damage without giving up the block, but we're 1 point over. And now we have Frenzy Charges. I dropped... It's only 1 point. Yeah, we're at 124. So I dropped Wrecking Ball and the Mastery here. Guess you could do this. This actually puts you ahead on damage right here. Oh no, it's because we have this extra point. Life on chest. I kind of like having as much life as possible. I really don't want to give up life on chest. I mean, we could. But if we respec our crit here, we're at 210. So we gained 15 million damage, and we always have Frenzy Charges. Make the chest with life on it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess you could. I like the stats on this. I like the additional fizz damage. I guess the armor doesn't matter. The increased armor mod doesn't matter. So you could save that point here. And then keep these right here. Yeah. I think the safer play is this right here. Well, anything's possible if you sink enough money into it. But this is a safer play. This gains you 15 million damage, and you always have Frenzy Charges now. And we didn't give up any defense. So we have the same defense, gained Frenzy Charges, gained 15 million damage. I guess that was an oversight thing. I don't know. But yeah, because we're at 100% crit chance. Yeah. So, I mean, this looks pretty good. If we can scale it from here. This is already 25 million damage-ish, approx, over the original tree. And we gained constant Frenzy Charges. We could play around with the Annoyance. Oh, he cooked. Let's look at this. See what Exile has here. You drop the block notes on the top right, you anoint on boots, drop charisma anoint, and tattoo what's missing. Oh, and then you just picked up leader of the pack here. This works a lot better. Yeah. And then just tattoo what's missing. That's pretty good. And the benefit of going this route too is we gain some additional dexterity by coming down this way. So we're at 201 now. Actually, what, 204 once we anoint this guy for Catalyst. Yeah. Yeah, it's more damage. So we gained... We gained almost 40 million damage. Well, 35 million damage. Oh, the frenzy isn't calculated? Oh, right here. Well, I guess we'd have to give up. Take these 2 points off. Yeah, so that's about 45 million more damage with constant frenzy charges. If you go down, yeah, I mean that's 204 dex. Even if you want to put your blind tattoos on, like you said, you go down then up for the frenzy. Oh, right, yep. And then we can fit in 2 blind tattoos, like you said. That looks pretty good. Oh yeah, well. I mean, we added about 45 to 50 million damage to the build. I think that's easily worth 100 to 200 divines. Because, once again, like when you're playing this build at this level, you should be making many divines during a game session. Like, many divines. If you're making like 3 divines an hour, you're doing something terribly, terribly wrong with whatever farming strategy. So, I mean, even if it takes you a couple days to save up the money to do this, like, yeah, that's the point of an endgame version of the build. Yeah, but it's like... yeah, it's quite a few block tattoos, but it is what it is. I think this is pretty solid. And we still have like 2 weeks to play around with it before the actual league launch. What I really like about this is it's guaranteed frenzy charges. Like this right here is so huge. And we gained a little bit of extra mana cushion room. I mean, it's good, yeah. Yeah, let me go ahead and... he just dropped it again in the builds channel, and then I dropped this in the admin channel. Okay, I will be right back, guys.
Okay, let's go.
No, it's all good, hero. Suggestions are always good. I think we're good on mana in regards to precision, and I don't want to reserve life unless we have to, because we have very low health as it is on the build. We get away with it because we're Slayer and we have Leech and a bunch of other defenses, but why would we need precision? Yeah, but why would we not run precision as it is right now? We have more than enough mana for everything. You could run it with arrogance, like you're not wrong, it would save up some mana. I just really don't want to bring our health down lower than it already is. Like, especially when we don't need the mana. Alright. Gotcha, hero. Need some blight maps. To 2%? Yeah, probably not.
Oh, that's going.
Level 1 precision. Gotcha. Not accounting for explicit modifiers on Atlas strats, or just the base minus 15 to resistances. That's what it is without explicit modifiers. So on the Atlas skill tree, a lot of Atlas strategies will pick up these nodes. It increases the effect of that, I believe. I'm like 90% certain. That's still really good. It's better than being like, you know, borderline 75%. All damage. We're gonna go all damage on everything. Curiosity, why are you wanting to swap the body armor to dex and strength just so it's easy for colors? Okay, yeah. Typically, and this is something that maybe you'll want to try maybe playing on a character, evasion feels awful unless it's like 85 or 90% or higher. Like, it may say you're evading 50% of hits, it ain't gonna feel like that at all. Now, I understand what the POB is gonna say. I'm saying there's sometimes the POB will say stuff, and then there's what it feels like in game. Even a build that has like 80% evasion feels terrible most of the time. Like, it's usually not until you get to 90% plus that evasion actually feels worth investing into. Like, evasion is actually kind of I'm not saying that numerically you're wrong. I'm saying that when you play it, it's going to feel meaningless. Like 50% evasion is not going to like make the character feel any tankier. It's just too low. Like the way evasion works is it's very different than block. You have to have such a high degree of evasion for it to even be noticeable when you're playing. So like numerically you're right, it's 50% evasion, but it's just not, you know, it's just not gonna, you would never feel the difference. Every evasion character I've played, I've had to get to at least like 88 or 90% evasion for it to feel good. I'm not disagreeing with you, I'm just saying that that is very misleading if that's what you think that actually means. When you've got 30 mobs hitting you, 50% evasion, it just doesn't feel good. Like, if you're still gonna get most of those incoming hits, it's a very bad defensive mechanic unless you have an extremely high amount of it. So that's why you'll see that most block builds don't scale evasion. The only time you'll ever see a block build scale evasion is if it's champion and they're doing I'm not disagreeing with you about the cost or anything. I'm just saying that the effect that you're going for is not going to be felt in the game by anyone playing the character. The only time you see a block build ever play evasion is champion, and they stack usually like 80,000 plus, like what I did on my Farisha character. You're stacking like 60 or 80,000 evasion and armor, and then scaling it with like perseverance or something. That's the only time you'll ever see a block build or an armor build play with evasion, because it's just, you know. So you're not wrong. It says we'll evade 50% of the hits. It just won't feel like that when you play the character. It'll just feel like you're blocking the hits because you won't even be able to notice. But, like, you know, it's... because the armor chest we're using has, like... well, what I'm saying is it'll feel like we have the same block chance. Like, it's not like we're going to go from 87 or 80% block chance to it feeling like we're blocking 95% of the time. That's not what it's going to feel like. It's going to feel like we're going from blocking 87% of the time to blocking like 89% of the time, which is still a net positive, but it's not nearly as large as what you think it is, or I assume you might think it is. It is like negligible, but it is technically a net positive. And because we have such like low armor on the chest anyways, there's no reason not to craft as a hybrid. Like 2k armor is not a lot of armor on a chest, right? So if you can craft a chest that has like 1800 armor and evasion, there's absolutely no reason not to do it. But the effect is not going to be like we suddenly feel like we're blocking 97% of the time. That's not what's going to happen. We'll still have the same problem we have as an 87% block build, which is occasionally something's just going to hit us and kill us and one-shot us. It just will happen maybe 1 or 2% less often. Which is still a net positive. It's actually kind of weird to me that I never understood why 2k armor on a chest gives you, like, is it just a character thing? Maybe you know better than I do. In the PoE scaling, is it like if you wear an evasion chest by default you're given 50% evasion? because the scaling doesn't work out that way after the 50%. I'm assuming it has something to do with like if you're wearing an evasion chest piece, you get like a flat bonus to your overall evasion or something. Well, that goes to what I was going to say, which is it's never made sense to me how evasion scales, because it'll say with a 2k evasion chest that you have like 50% evasion, but then you got to scale it to quite literally 80,000 evasion to have like 90%. So that like additional 40% requires like 100-fold the investment versus just putting the chest on. So, like, I don't understand how evasion actually works really in PoE in that way. Like, why does a 2k evasion chest give you 50%, but you have to quite literally scale it to almost 100k to get the 90 to 95? Like, I don't understand how that scaling works. Whereas with armor, I can have, between endurance charges and 20 to 25k armor, I can have 90% phys damage reduction from regular monster hits. Is it like block though? Because block chance just scales. If I put points on the passive tree and I scale block, it literally goes up those percentages. But to scale evasion, you have to actually like... It doesn't feel the same to me. Like, I can get block cap a lot easier than I can get evasion cap. Like 5% block on the tree is 5% actual block. 5% increased evasion on the tree might be like actually less than 1% evasion increase on your character. Numerically, is what I'm saying. So like evasion scaling in PoE is just bad. Like you need so much of it in order for it to be a worthwhile mechanic. Like, I've run maps with 70% evasion, and I've just been destroyed by a pack of mobs that hit me physically. Because 70% evasion is garbage. Actually, the most successful, it's just like PoE 2. The most successful evasion is when you like pair it with ES, and you do this shit where you play trickster. You do stuff where you scale your ES really high, and you scale your recovery and everything with evasion. That's usually the most successful iteration of it, is scaling insanely high evasion and energy shield. Ghost shrouds and all that kind of nonsense. Yeah, I'm just not, I guess I'm just like, it's more bias in coming from me. I'm just not a big fan of evasion in this game because you have to invest so much into it. And usually you got to do it with energy shield and spell suppression and a bunch of other stuff. You have to, it's almost impossible to play it unless you're doing champion and you're playing like middle of the bottom tree or something. Yeah, I used to always block cap on my Necros when I was playing minion. Are you doing hybrid on all the bases, Chris? I wonder what the evasion works out to with like all three armor. Well, You get evasion off of Stampede. So I wonder what it works out with the chest and the gloves and the helm. So it would be like armor, evasion, chests, gloves, helm. Dude is wrecking me, dude. Yeah, I still think dropping a Granite Flask is not the play. Especially when you're mapping. I'd much rather have better Fizz mitigation against regular hits than subpar evasion. Well, we're running Arumis. I'm sorry, I meant Basalt, yeah, because we're running the Arumis for Granite. Yeah, I just like when you have like when you're doing juiced mapping, you're gonna want a Basalt Flask. You're not gonna want a Grant or a Jade. You're just not gonna have enough evasion, and you're not gonna have a way to recover from when you get hit. Whereas like the higher armor you have, the best defense you're gonna have against regular monsters in this game. You'll probably end up dying a lot more because when they do hit you, you're going to have less Fizz mitigation. And they will hit you when you've got like 30 of them on you. So how does the implicits work? Is it just you orbit dominance them, and it chooses one of the two implicits to elevate over the other?
Incubator. I should probably pick that up.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. That's kind of interesting. The lower one gets a bonus to the elevation chance. Interesting. Yeah. You said you've been playing slams, right? If I remember correctly. Too much Earth Shatter? Yeah, that'll do it. Imagine playing Cyclone for 2 years. I've played a few other things in between, but it's pretty much been my bread and butter. It is a lot of characters, for sure.
This piece of shit. Or chaos orb. That's a flask. That's a flask. It's fucking awful. That's a flask.
I'd say it's about, I'd say it's tankier. At least it feels tankier. It definitely does a lot more damage. I mean, I posted a video on my YouTube channel where I was doing Uber Pinnacle bosses and 100% Delirious T17 a few weeks ago on the build, so I'd say it's still pretty tanky.
Hello.
Yeah, I'll check the POV in a second. Get rid of this. Yeah, I mean, it looks good. Yeah, I just suspect that the basalt's just gonna feel better, because the evasion isn't enough. You're going to be getting hit constantly. You're just going to want better phys mitigation against so many hits. If we had like 80 or 85% evasion, I think that would be great, but at like 55 or 60% evasion when you're in a giant pack of mobs, they're just going to constantly be like getting through your block. So I think you're just going to want more armor. But yeah, it looks really good even at the 47%. Yeah, I think I don't see a world in which I'm not running Basalt, but that's obviously personal preference at that point. I just think that this is far better play. We're gonna be getting hit so often when mapping. You're gonna want that extra mitigation for phys damage. But I do like the base swap change. Like I was saying, the chest, it actually is negligible because it's about the same amount of armor. This is actually more armor, like you were saying. So there's no reason not to do it. It'll make it a little bit easier to color the chest too. Actually, it'll be kind of like the same regardless because we need like, what, 2 blues and a green? It'll be a little bit easy. It's probably a little bit easier to color the chest with it being hybrid, I would imagine, instead of all strength. Or white sockets, yeah. For sure. So save this one like that for now. Yeah, for when you want a map versus when you want a boss. Change them into white sockets, yeah. I was thinking green would be easier because it's a hybrid base, but yeah, or blue.
Or the balcony. river's going. Cha-ching. Cha-ching. Hi, T-Rod. It's fucking hot. Cha-ching. Cha-ching. That's the useless piece of shit.
Yeah, the life is a little low. 4,200 was already kind of low.
Wow, alright. Cha-ching. With an ancient card. Cha-ching. Maybe this more. Hi, T-Rod.
Greetings.
Play Abyssus, 49% increase phys damage taken. Fuck that. Get out of here with that nonsense. This is interesting. Cold. Intelligence, accuracy, pretty decent life. Kind of like that a lot. 152 life is crazy good. Thanks Frost for the follow. That helm though, crazy. Life, cold, chaos. I like the chaos resistance. Oh. Odin's on what? Frostbank? Who cares? Replace that. That is a lot better than... Okay. Pull into fire. Everything into fire requires Oh my gosh. I turned him into Super Dominus. We might have miscalculated.
Just use this piece of shit.
Alright. I think we are close to the respecking points. Just need to save up some gold.
Orb without Eagle Orb.
Alright guys, pretty good session today. It's been about, wow, it's already been 7 hours. Yeah, I think I'm gonna rest for a bit. I'm still getting over this respiratory infection. But we had a pretty good day. We got well into T16s, got our 2 first Void Stones, got some 5 links going, got decent rare gear pretty much across the board going now. So tomorrow after work I'll be streaming probably a little bit later than this time tomorrow, so probably 3 or 4 hours from now tomorrow after work. We'll pretty much just go back to grinding Blight. I'm going to try to see over the next day or two if I can't get the Stampede boots so we can get Cyclone of Tumult online, and then yeah, just keep grinding maps and improving the gear. But yeah, it's been pretty successful so far. Pretty good weekend test. And yeah, thanks everybody for stopping by. Hope you have a great rest of your weekend. And I'll catch you all later.